Friends. I hope you are ready for another day of Bucket List-athon. I know I am. I am really excited. I just finished a book last night, so I got to start another one this morning. So let me know how you guys are doing with your tasks, your challenges that you've set for yourselves. What books have you read so far? Let me know. Today, oh, I guess I could turn this on too. Today, I will be reading these two books. So, Rewitched is the one that you guys voted for our Discord buddy read, and so I am excited to get to it. I've read a little bit of it. I think I'm like 5% in, so I haven't gotten very far. But I have enjoyed it so far. So I'm excited to continue with it. And then the book that I started this morning was The Familiar by Lee Bardugo. And this is my Goodreads choice nominee prompt that I'm doing. And I've read about 10%. I don't know that I'm liking it. I really I don't know. I'm trying to go in with like an open mind. Like it could potentially get to a point where I enjoy myself, but right now I'm just kind of bored. Um so I knew what the premise of the book was going in, but it feels very slow. And I don't know if that's like the gothic vibes with it, which are sometimes hit or miss for me. But yeah, not really my favorite read so far, but I'm hoping it gets better. I really do. I think it's going to win the Goodreads Choice Awards. And so I wanted to give it a try and see what I thought. So, as far as today's sprints go, the first sprint is going to be an exercise sprint for me. So I won't be on camera. My mom and I are going to go for a walk. And it's just so you guys know. And then I will have to end sprints slightly early today because I need to go and get the oil changed on my car, and they didn't have a later appointment. So, and we'll deal with that whenever we get to it. But I'll have to get off probably 30 minutes earlier than I typically do, just so I can make sure that my car is at the shop on time. Have to do those adulting things sometimes. So let's see what you guys have going on. I know Taya, you joined really early. I'm excited. I like the enthusiasm. You'll be reading Ministry of Time today. Absolutely loving this readathon. Oh, thanks. I hope you like Ministry of Time. I was shocked that that was a debut because I've heard so much about it. So I hope you're loving it. Abs is also here. Hello, Abs. Welcome. Good morning. How are you doing? And Leandra is here, currently trying to figure out which current read to tackle. Always a struggle. There's always so many books. And Lotta is here. Hello, love. I've read 2 books so far, almost done with Clockwork Prince. Been on my TBR forever. I know I've loved your Instagram posts every day. They're very like relaxing. I was really excited that I won't say what book it was, but because you guys should go in and look at Lotta's posts. But Lotta got a 5-star, and that's exciting. I love it when readathons come through. Hello, Tennille. Welcome. Hello. You'll have to correct me if I'm wrong. I think your name is Serenity. Is that right? We were talking, Krista had you on, not on her channel, but I think you were in the comments of Krista's sprints. And so I just wanted to make sure that I have your name right. But so far, I finished 3 prompts. Congrats. That's amazing. So much progress. I love to see it. Technically on lunch, but there's been frantic scrambling all morning. So there may be messages I have to respond to during lunch. That stinks. I hate that. You would like, to be able to actually like take a break at lunch. But so I hope none of the emails come through. I hope you're able to take a break. Good morning, Jen. Hope you're doing well today as well. I am. It's been a good morning. Hello, Sam. How are you? Yes, good morning all or afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Just starting the workday here. Very nice. Reading Lore Olympus today at work. Are you on the first one or are you reading one that's further in the series? I actually started that series during the Goddess Complex readathon in September and really enjoyed it. It's very cute. Hello, Nicole. I'm new here. Well, welcome. Because of the readathon, working from home, so these will be productivity sprints for me with a little audiobook time. Yay. Well, welcome. I'm glad to have you here. My hold on The Book of Doors just came in. My second role is a Goodreads Choice Award, and I have one on the shelf, but we'll likely swap in The Book of Doors now that it's here. Oh, I'm excited. I hope you love it. If you don't, though, I understand. But I'm really excited for it. I hope at the minimum, I hope it makes the short list, but it should be top 5 it should be the top in my opinion, but I know it's probably not going to win, but I would like to see it in the top 5. Of 11 roles, I've done 2 manga, 3 novels. Wow, that's a lot, Danielle, for a bucket list-athon. Although one I had rather early for Libby chicken reasons. Yes, I did the same thing. I had Monstrous Nights early, and so I was like, well, the library gods have told me I must read this before the readathon actually starts. Hello, hello. I'll be continuing the book that wouldn't burn after a longish reading pause. I hope the reading pause wasn't because you weren't enjoying it. But if you weren't, I totally get it. I love that book. It was one of my favorite books of the year last year. I think that the ending and like how that book wraps up, it's chef's kiss. I love it. So I hope you enjoy. Okay, Serenity. Good. I'm glad I remembered. Hello, Ro. Welcome. Will anyone go and see Wicked or Gladiator this weekend? I do not have that on the docket, but I am excited for everyone who will go and see Wicked. I didn't know Gladiator was coming out this weekend, so that's exciting. After a mood read detour, I'll be back to Mistborn, a physical read, and A Curious Beginning. Ooh, I want to read A Curious Beginning. I think it's going to be good. I hope you like it. On season 3 of on the webtoon, I put it down for so long, but after seeing Hades Town, I'm excited about Greek Gods again. Yay! I love that. Like it ebbs and flows. Like sometimes, we get off of like an era and then you come back to it. Totally makes sense. My hold on The Book of Doors. I can't help it. I love it. Good morning, Sam. I'm also reading The Familiar, but only about 30 pages in, listening to a rom-com while working this morning. So I think the 2 books that I've paired together are going to go good together because The Familiar definitely has a darker tone. And so I think it's going to help me. We'll see. I think it's going to help me in like Rewitched being like super cute and fluffy will help me with like match the uneven tones of the book because yeah, I'm only about 30 pages in as well, I think. Let's see, where's my bookmark? Yeah, I'm at page 37. So this is kind of like my second shot for Lee Bardugo's adult works because I read Ninth House. Well, I didn't actually finish it. I DNF'd Ninth House. I don't know, like I didn't like the tone and there were some things in it that were not things that I like to see in books, and there was a lot of it. I know a ton of people love that series, and so I was a little nervous to give it a try, but I just know I know a lot of people. I wanna be on the hype train because a lot of people have loved it. So fingers crossed that it will become more intriguing the more I get into it. Okay, it wasn't the book. I love it so far. I just had lots of creative ideas, and when I'm creating art, I somehow stop reading. You know, that's interesting, because I have a hard time I like to paint and draw, but I think that for me, I have a hard time doing both as well, and I think it's because it takes up so much of my brain. Like, I don't know, I've tried to listen to audiobooks while I'm painting, and I can do it if I'm coloring, so, like, if I'm taking someone else's art and just filling it in, but if I'm making it myself, I completely shut out the audiobooks in my brain. So, I don't know if it's, like, it's using the same part of my brain, Or I don't know, maybe if it's something that I did frequently, if I tried to draw and listen, my brain would eventually get used to it. But yeah, I totally understand this. I'm glad that you're liking the book so far. I'll be excited to hear what you think of the end because I still to this day I think I argue between these two books are like the best plotted books I've ever read. So the fifth season is definitely I'm pretty sure the fifth season is still number one for me. But the book that wouldn't burn is a close second because it's just I just it's immaculate. I love that book. I did love Ninth House, so I'm going to give The Familiar a solid shot, but I did not love Shadow and Bone like everyone else. I just thought it was fine. Yeah, honestly, I liked the show more than I liked the book for Shadow and Bone, but I think it's because it's YA. I do wanna read what's the second series in the Grishaverse? Six of Crows. I do wanna read that one because I know a lot of people love that one even more. I just thought the Shadow and Bone was yeah, like you said, it was fine. It's okay. It was a good time while I was reading it. I didn't think that it was horrible. I wasn't bored, but I also wasn't, like, completely enamored. So yeah, that is one that I definitely think like, when people are like, "Should I give this a try?" I'm like, just watch the show." You don't really need to read that. But, yeah, I really want to like Lee Bardugo's adult works, but I just don't know and it could be the gothic tones because I'm pretty sure Ninth House, because Ninth House was dark academia, it had some slower tones as well, so maybe that just doesn't work for me. Six of Crows is so good, especially on audio. I I really wanna get to it because I loved just the introduction to the characters in the show, and I've heard such good things. So I am excited to get to it eventually. Reading The Serpent and the Wolf. Okay, so, Ro, you have to so on Vanessa's Sprints yesterday, they were talking about this book, and I had never heard of this book, but apparently it's started to become bigger and bigger, in the book world. I know it was just published, so maybe that's why there's, like, a big push since it just got published yesterday, or was it the day before? But it's recently published. Arranged Marriage, Enemies to Lovers, Romantasy. Interesting. Yeah, I know it's making a big splash in the Bookiverse. You'll have to let me know what you think of it. I I still I still am a little leery of Romantasy. I do think that it has potential for me to like it, but there's also a huge margin of error. I think that I I will not like them. Um, a lot of Romantasy or a lot of things that people talk about when they talk about Romantasy books, I tend to either not care about, so then the book is just kind of meh for me, or it kind of makes me cringe depending on how it's written, and I think that's just the non-romance reader in me, but there are some romances that I really love, so I that's it's a genre that scares me. I'll just put it that way. I also wanna read Six of Crows, and it sucks that it's oh, I didn't know that, it's Audible exclusive, so the library won't have it. That does stink. Hmm, I didn't know that. Boo. Aw, new subscriber here. Thanks, Sam. Here, so I'm going to friend you on Goodreads. Oh yes, yes, please do. I love that. Check out my fantasy tastes. Romantasy is so popular and descriptions sound good for world building, but there's so few I actually like. Yes. So it's interesting that you actually mentioned world building. Leandra and I were having a discussion about this last night because I still ever since, my Battle of the Booktubers recommendation video came out and I recommended books for Rainy, I was so proud of myself because I thought I had given her a couple of options for Romantasy, and it was pointed out to me that none of the books I gave her were Romantasy, and so I still am a little confused as to what deems itself Romantasy and what doesn't. And so we were talking about specific world building stuff. So some of the Romantasies that I have read, for instance, Fourth Wing. I think I can say that with confidence that it's romantasy. um, I was really upset by the lack of effort to develop the dragons in that first book, and even in the second book. And so the world building aspects, I think because romantasy, and correct me if I'm wrong, for those of you in the comments who love romantasy, since romantasy focuses so heavily on the romance, sometimes the world building elements get left in the dust. And so being a fantasy reader, being someone who loves like the nitty gritty, like the huge, vast worlds and all that stuff, I think that I just sometimes get annoyed at romantasy, especially if the romance is um oh, I don't even know what to call that, but, like, whenever there's something really horrible going on in the world and we're so focused on the romance that people over here are dying, but we're like, "Oh, does he like me? Does he not like me?" And I'm like, "Look, look at these people over here. What is happening right now?" So I find it very frustrating sometimes. Plus one, romantasy does not work for me. I much prefer fantasy with, yes, a romance subplot. Absolutely, 100%. This is my jam, Sam. Hello, Hillary. Caught a cold. Oh, so I called out of work today. I'm listening to The Unfortunate Side Effects of Heartbreak and Magic. Not loving it. As I say, I'm pretty sure I DNF that book too. But I'm sad that you're feeling bad. If you're not loving it, DNF it. Pick up something else. It does seem like a very cozy book, but yeah, it wasn't for me. You tried, and that's what matters. Thanks, Sam. I appreciate it. It is a vibe and changes definition per person sometimes. And that's the thing too, and I think that's why I keep getting confused because I'll look at people who I know read a lot of romantasy and the books are vastly different, which I mean is to be expected. I read fantasy. Other people who read fantasy are going to read different books than me. But yeah, it's just it's it's going to be a journey for me to figure it out. Okay, Fourth Wing. I thought I was right. Fourth Wing is romantasy. Romantasy trends are not just fantasy with prominent romance in the fantasy book. There's specific romance tropes that are in trend now. And yeah, so I would have no idea. I'm lost in the abyss, to Neil. I've been saying that the unfortunate side effects of me reading slump is that I'm in a slump. The unfortunate side effects of me reading this book is that I'm in a reading slump. Yeah, DNF, DNF, DNF. Pick up something else. I was not a fan. Romantasy is overdone now. I do think that it's gotten over popular. A lot of people love it, and like I'm not gonna like I think that they should still be able to love it, but I do think that publishing specifically has started to grab any and all romantasy books that they can because they know that it's popular, and I think that that kind of it makes it hard to find a good romantasy book, in my opinion. Also prefer world building and the fantasy aspect. I'm not a fan of toxic romance tropes. Yes, I'm very pragmatic, so I completely agree with this is not what you said what you should be focusing on. Yes, I have, there are a couple of horror novels that I've read recently that do this, where they're literally I'm not gonna say the book because I don't wanna spoil, like, it the book in general, but the house is literally trying to infect these people, and it's a teenage horror, so it's YA, but, um, they're so focused on themselves that one of them ends up getting infected and they don't even realize it because they're so and they think that it's because the house or they think that it's because the person doesn't like them. They're not actually thinking about the fact that the house is impacting them, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, you guys are so dumb, like, why are you living in this house?" The conversations in romantasy feel trivial because of those reasons. Like, who cares if he likes you, but you like someone else? What about the political corruption? What are we doing? Exactly. I think romantasy has always been popular, but now publishers are pushing it out quicker. Yes, I 100% agree. While it's hot, but fantasy and romance have always been around. It's just rebranded with a new name. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely become like the it factor right now. So well, my friends, we are at the end of the comments. So we are going to go into our first sprint. And like I said, this is going to be an exercise sprint for me. So I will be off camera, but we're going to do an hour sprints today. So I hope you guys can go off and be productive, read a book, take a nap, get some snacks, get some work done if you're at work. And I will see you guys in an hour. Hello, welcome back. Let me know how you did that sprint. I know you probably noticed, but I did tell you in the last chatty bit that I was going to be exercising during that sprint, but my exercise buddy ended up not coming during that sprint. So we're going to sprint in the next one. Um, so that's why I was on screen for part of it. I think this is where we left off. I'm going to say hello to everyone who joined during the sprint, and then I'll talk about what I got done. So, this was about romantasy. Still leery. The genre rules are not solidified yet. And then I think the fan fiction rules have seeped in. Tara joined us. Hello, Tara. Welcome. And VH also joined us. Welcome. Just arriving for the party. We are here reading The Unmothers, a folk horror mystery on chapter 1. I hope you're loving it. I've heard about this. I don't think I was it's not on my TBR because being The Unmothers, I do think it's a motherhood story, which those don't tend to work for me, but I hope you're liking it. I like folk horror. Folk horror is fun. And Taya also joined us. No Way Crochet is Taya's channel name, so you guys should definitely go and check her out. I am doing a booktuber highlight in my update videos that are going to go out on Thursday of every week that the readathon's going on, and so the first one is posted today. It'll go live in about 30 minutes, and each one of those videos will highlight 2 booktubers. So Taya will be featured next week, but you guys should go and check her out prior to then. So No Way Crochet. And Anne also joined us. Hello, Anne. Finished The Way of the Kings, and now you're working on Words of Radiance. I hope you enjoyed it. I love that series. The Way of Kings is my favorite, but um, you're diving on in. Are you going to try and finish all of them prior to Wind and Truth's release date? Probably not, with how close we are. But I mean, you're making your way through quickly. Rainy also joined us. Hello, Rainy. And this was very sad. Reading The Songbird and Heart of Stone, the new Carissa Broadbent, and I'm not absolutely loving it. I'm sorry. That stinks. I wanted you to love it. And the Reading Ace also joined us. Hello. I started reading The Third Gilmore Girl, but quickly realized I should have rewatched A Chorus Line before, so now I'm doing that. Good thing, good thing. And then we also had Kat join us. Hello, Kat. Finally joining, and we'll probably alternate between A Desolation Called Peace with some non-reading tasks. Love that. Welcome. Okay, I think that is all the people who joined during the sprint, and we will get back to comments in just a minute. On that sprint, I did read some of the familiar, but to be honest, I think I got to chapter 10 and I had no idea what was going on. So my brain was clearly rebelling against listening. So I did go back to the page 37 that I was on prior to the sprint beginning, and I will just reread it. I am listening on audio and reading it physically, depending on like whether or not I need to be up and moving around, or if I can sit down and physically read. So I still, with the bits and pieces that I did gather from when I was reading it, I'm not super enjoying it, but hopefully if I can refocus, I will get back into it and actually enjoy my time. I also did some admin things because the Battle of the Booktubers, as you guys know, we announced the wildcard video or the wildcard on um, Tuesday. And so I am in discussions with all of the champions so we can get things ready and going, because the championship round isn't until July, but all of the prep work and everything starts in January. And so we have to make sure everyone's ready to go and has all their recommendations and are ready to read by January. So those are things behind the scenes that you guys don't see. But yeah, I was doing some admin stuff that sprint. I also had a little bit of lunch, which was lovely. And not during the sprint, but during the chatty bit, we had Jess join us. Hello, Jess. Listening to an audiobook called Push. So not The Push, it's just called Push. Was made into a movie about a teenager who falls pregnant and tries to get an education. Oh, interesting. I've never heard of it. Hope you're liking it. Ro says, I still want to read a memory called Empire and Desolation of Peace. Okay, so I didn't realize that they were the same. Are they connected? The same series? I tried a memory called Empire, and I ended up DNFing it. I really liked the premise, and I think it might have just been a timing thing, so I might go back to it eventually. But yeah. Meanwhile, my cats are being royal buttholes, waking me up at 6:30. They're good at that. They just wanted you to join us. Just watched YouTube and came home from work. Gonna listen to Throne of Glass in the next one. Lovely. Oh my gosh, I was working in the other room and suddenly I heard a cat meow. Glad I wasn't on a call, forgot to mute. Welcome back to Neil. I know that sometimes when I'm listening to other people's sprints and it goes off, sometimes I just think it's Andy. And so I'll miss the chatty bit because I just don't realize that it's the timer. I know. I feel bad. Rainey was looking so forward to that book too. I've heard mixed reviews on it. It is it the same characters as Serpent? I've only read the first. Yeah, I haven't read any of them. Hello, Olivia. I'm reading Spark of the Everflame, listening to Fourth Wing, and editing a video. Awesome. I'm excited about this video. I'm about 48. I said 84%. I was mixing them up. Almost 48% through the rom-commers and kind of twiddling my thumbs at work. It's been very slow. Hey, sometimes those days are good because you can get some reading done. Hello, Violet. Just hopped in. I'll probably read Butcher and Blackbird to fulfill the buddy read prompt. Love that. I love the cover of that series. I don't know that that series is quite for me, but I do really like the cover. I think it's a series, right? I know that there have been multiple covers that look similar. I'm pretty sure it's a series, but Butcher and Blackbird is something that I've considered reading. I just don't know that it's for me. But I hope you love it. Jill picked my next read for a paperback prompt. When the Moon Hatched, made it to page 58. Awesome. I'm starting this book tomorrow. We actually have a big group of us that are reading When the Moon Hatched together. So I'm excited to see what I think. I originally tried this on audio and I just I was having such a hard time remembering what was happening and focusing on the book. And so I'm just going to read it physically. I didn't have much left of that book, so I finished it. Woo! Love that. I didn't know it was going to be a journey and quest book, and I don't love those. Oh, that stinks. Don't remind me of the prep work. I'm scared. For those of you in the comments who don't know, Sam is one of our champions. So yes, there's lots of work to come. I'm excited. Hello, Shay. Finished beating or still beating audiobook by Jennifer Hartman. Lovely. Lots of finished books. You guys are I mean, getting stuff done. I love it. I know you do. You get to do the prep work. For those of you who don't know, Rainy is our wild card. So we have Battle of the Booktubers being represented in the comments today. Yes. So Rainy did I miss an announcement? So the announcement actually was on my Tuesday video. I just hid it inside the video and it's also in the description. But yeah, Rainy won. Okay, it's a duology. Is this for Butcher and Blackbird? I was gonna say I'm pretty sure it's a series, but since I haven't read it, the familiar did get better for me. Okay, good to know, Olivia. That gives me some hope because right now I'm just kind of bored. And I know part of that was because my brain was very clearly not focusing, and I know that that's not the book. That's a me thing. And so I'm trying really hard to like I'm gonna make myself go back and I'm gonna re-listen because I know sometimes it's just like my brain revolting. Made it through a chapter of my book. I am going to head out for an interview, and then hopefully we'll be back for another sprint before the end. Well, good luck on your interview. Thanks for being here. Um, I'm just really enjoying Starlight. I won't be done in time for the release of book 5, but I tend to binge series. I wish this was me. I can't binge series, but I do. Stormlight is it's amazing. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Uh, it's it's my TBR for bucket list. It's on your TBR for Bucket List-athon. Hopefully, I'll upload it Saturday. Oh, the video. Woo! I'm so excited, Livia. And it's a Bucket List-athon video. Oh, I feel honored. I love that. I'm so excited. Uh, thanks, Brady. Butcher and Blackbird is not for you. I'll trust your word. Okay, the second book, it came out last or this last year, Leather and Lark. Okay, I was gonna say, I remember their covers being very similar, but, sometimes that happens and the books aren't related, so, yeah. Time for a pattern change on my mom's blanket. Both exciting and both excited and daunted as it goes from, 300 to 600 stitches. Godspeed, my friend. I hope it goes well. It is exciting though when things like that change because you kind of get used to and like in a rhythm. It's good to get a little refresher into something new. Yes, congratulations to Rainey. I'm excited. I think that Rainey is going to be a fierce competitor for all of our champions. Yeah. The sci-fi you DNF'd is a duology. Okay, so that's the memory called Empire. And it's the sad thing about DNFing that book is I think about that book. Like that book, even though I DNF'd it because I just wasn't enjoying my time, it will pop back up into my head frequently just about the premise and things. And so I think it may have just been one of those times where it was right book, wrong time type of a thing. And so I probably do need to get back to it at some point. I feel the same way about um, Driftwood, although I didn't DNF it, but Driftwood by Marie Brennan was actually my first Marie Brennan. And I gave it a 3 star because it just wasn't exactly what I wanted. And, but with that said, it comes back into my head all of the time now. I'm constantly thinking about it. And so I'm like, I really think I need to reread it and give it another chance. So I definitely feel like there are books that I should get better about differentiating between soft DNFs and hard DNFs because there are certain books that I DNF just because I'm not feeling the book at that moment. But I tend not to go back to those because there are so many other books on my TBR. So I need to be more mindful about that. Definitely watched the video and completely missed it. It was very like a very short little clip, so don't worry about it. You're welcome to read Butcher and Blackbird, but I know you won't like it. It doesn't scream Danny. I have thought about, although it would be torture for me, but I have thought about like having people pick books that they love that they think I'm gonna hate, and then giving them a try and doing like a video concept that way. But I'm a little scared to do it. It's going to into a new stitch after 31 rows. It's going to be nice. Yeah. It's like I don't know, it's just refreshing. I like that. I really love a memory called Empire, but I was not getting the vibe or not vibing with it. It feels like it requires the right mood and patience. Yeah. And I almost feel like I need to immersion read it because the audio was really good. But I think that I was getting lost in some of the details with the audio as well. And so I think that if I were to immersion read it, I think that I might like it better. So yeah, it's on my list of DNFs to go back to. Maybe I should do a video on that. You guys are helping me come up with video concepts. If I like in the new year, if I could keep track of soft DNFs and then towards the end of the year go back to them and see if my brain has changed. And yeah, we hope you like it, Ro, when you get to it. On this next sprint, I am going to go for a walk with my mom, so I won't be on camera. We usually do 3 miles, and so I probably won't be on camera for the entire sprint, but we'll see. We'll see how speedy we can be. And then, so I told you guys at the beginning of sprints that this was going to be a little bit of a different day, because normally I do 4 sprints, and I am still going to do 4, but the last 2 sprints are gonna be a little shorter because I have to make sure that I can leave my house by 3:40, which is about 3 hours from now. And so I think we're gonna do 1 more 60-minute sprint. So this next one will be 60 minutes, and then when we come back from that, we'll still have our 15-minute chatty bits, but then the sprints after that will be 40 minutes long. And that way I can still leave in time to go and get my oil changed because I don't want to do it myself. I could just do it myself, but I don't want to. So, but yeah, that's what I will be doing. So I hope that you guys during this next sprint can get some reading done, get some things done at work, relax, and yeah, I'm. We have 14 seconds left, so we're just gonna sit here and hang out until the timer. Oh, Sorry, my mom just texted me and said me she's here, so perfect timing. But I hope that you guys have a good sprint. I hope that you get some things done, and I will see you in an hour. Hello, hello, welcome back. I hope that sprint went well for you. Let me know in the comments what you guys got done. I didn't read. I did go for a walk with my mom, and we didn't quite get 3 miles done. But it's very, very chilly, very windy outside today. So I came home and brushed my hair out because I was a mess. But it was very nice to be able to get outside and walk and move around a little bit. Um, I hope that this weather stays around for a little bit. This is the time in fall where I feel like fall goes away really quickly and jumps into winter before I'm ready for it. So I'm hoping that even though it was a little chilly, a little windy, it's like a brisk fall day. And so I kind of hope that it stays like that. So on the next front, I will be reading. I might switch to Rewitched just since the familiar wasn't working for me earlier. I might switch to Rewitched because it's very cozy as far as what I've read so far. So that might be what my plan is next. Um, and we ended here. And yeah, it was fun. Mom and I we walk together pretty much every day. I mean we miss days because of random things, but we make it a point to walk at least a couple miles every day. It started we've always walked together, but I don't think that we walked every day until I moved closer. We used to do like 2 or 3 times a week, but it's become kind of a tradition, which I like. Finished Laura Olympus Volume 6 and still working on The Arc of the Party by Natasha Preston, neither of which are working on my bucket list-athon books. Oops. I think this is hilarious because there's a book that just came in on Libby. I think it's called Rest Stop. Let me check real quick. And it's by Nat Cassidy. Yeah, it's called Rest Stop. And so Nat Cassidy is the same author of Mary and Nestlings, which are 2 horror novels that I've absolutely loved. And I've been itching to pick up Rest Stop, even though it's not on my bucket list-athon TBR. So I understand. You read what you want to read, Shay. Hello, Denise. Welcome. Reading A Tangled Web for Bucket List-athon paperback prompt, as well as the Moore Montgomery readathon. Awesome. Is the Moore Montgomery readathon, is that LM Montgomery? Or is that a different Montgomery? How fun. I love it when you can double up on prompts for readathons. I finished watching A Chorus Line about 10 minutes ago. Awesome. I got almost a quarter through Butcher and Blackbird. Awesome. The humor is quite specific and there is some gnarly descriptions. So far, it's fine. Okay. So quite specific, not for you then. I find that humor is very difficult. I applaud authors that try humor in their books because I do think that's probably one of the hardest things for people to get a wide variety of like a wider audience because it does seem to be more particular for people. Hello. My walk did go well. Thanks, Sam. I'm about 67% into my book and also going to move my body a bit next sprint. Love that. It's always nice to get up and move a little bit, especially if you work in an environment where you're sitting all the time. It's nice to spend some time moving your body a little bit. Immersion read a couple of chapters of Desolation. It's very different from A Memory Called Empire, but really enjoying it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Interesting that it's different. Is I know that it's a duology, but is it the sequel then, or does it follow like different characters? Is it like a series of standalones, like they say, or hmm, maybe it just follows a character that has a very different tone? Only read 1 chapter on page 87 of Throne of Glass. That's amazing, Tara. Yeah, it's fun. I enjoy it. We have fun. I read The Butcher and Blackbird and loved the whole serial killer part, but after that, it just went downhill for me. How are you liking it? Yeah, I I I would kinda have the same thought process. I haven't read it, but that is what I thought whenever I was like, I don't know that this would be for me." I've heard Rest Stop is wild. I'll be curious to hear your thoughts. Oh, you're making me wanna pick it up. Uh-huh. I am excited. I Nat Cassidy, I just think I really like the themes that he puts in his horror novels, and so I'm excited to get back to him. Yeah, finding something you enjoy doing together is best. Yes. We also love baking together, which it is coming upon baking season. We get together the day after Thanksgiving and bake like Christmas cookies for random people, so friends, family, neighbors, things like that. So that's another thing that we like to do together. It's fun to find something that you enjoy just to spend some time together. Okay, Ellen Montgomery, nice. I was able to get 75% of the way through Out of the Easy by Ruta Sepeta. Is that how Ruta? Right, it's Ruta Sepeta, right? Is that how you pronounce that last name? And made a decent dent in picking up the portion of my living room that's gotten quite out of hand. I love that. I love that though when you can get stuff done and it's like visible, like you can see, like I've made progress. I need to pick up something by this author. I haven't yet though, but I have heard good things. I feel pretty middle of the road. I'm not laughing at it, and some of the relationship dynamic things aren't my thing, but you're entertained. And sometimes that's all that's okay. Like, sometimes we just need a book that's, I hate to use the phrase palate cleanser, but because that's not necessarily what I mean, but, like, sometimes we just need a book that's fine, like a book that we're not gonna fawn over, we're probably not gonna think about it again, but it was entertaining while we were reading it. Sometimes that's okay. That's what we need. It is a direct sequel, but you have a lot more POVs instead of just I don't even remember how to pronounce their name. Mahit, is that what it is? Mahit opens up the world a lot. Hmm. I think I don't know. I think it would depend. I typically like multiple POVs, so I think I would probably enjoy that. But it is weird for that transition in the series. An interesting choice by the author. Lunch, laundry, jigsaw, and audiobook. You got so much done, and it sounds like a lot of fun. I haven't done a jigsaw in forever. Um, so I hope you enjoyed it. What type of jigsaws do you do? How many pieces? He's like, "She's mine." And I'm like, "You've met twice." Sir, take a breath. This is why I tend not to like romances because the dialogue is hard for me. I recently read The Love of My Afterlife, which is on the Goodreads Choice Awards, and the I think it depends on the tone of the book, and so it's it's definitely different than Butcher and Blackbird because the whole serial killer thing, whereas Love of My Afterlife is very cute, fluffy type of vibes, but because of the tone of that book, a lot of the characters' dialogue felt very YA to me, and it almost felt like I don't know, like, it made it kinda cringy when the love interest would say certain things. I'm trying to think of something that would be appropriate, because there were some of them that weren't appropriate, but, um okay, here's one. So there was a moment in time where she gets, like, embarrassed because someone thinks that the 2 main characters were having sex, but instead of, like, saying this in an adult way, the character's like, "Oh my god, he thinks we were doing it." And I was just like, "Mm." And that's not even that's probably the least cringy of the ones that were in that book, but the dialogue in romance books is definitely something that I, uh, I struggle with. The romance is not for me. It's just seems so insta-lovey and then just focused on that and no more of the serial killer stuff after they were actually together. That is disappointing because what's the point of having the serial killer in the story then? Bummer. I don't like that at all. Usually about 1,000 pieces. I wanna get one of those puzzle boards because one of the things, like, that prevents me from putting together puzzles here is I have a cat. And so I have to have some type of space where I could put it where he wouldn't knock the pieces off because he would love doing that. And so that is something that I have contemplating getting one of those puzzle boards that you can, like, cover up afterwards and put it under a bed or under a sofa or whatever, just to put it out of the way. So, good. I'm glad you have fun with them. I can get with a "She's mine," but, like, it's gotta be at least halfway through. Yeah, there has to be, like, some build up to it. Like, let's have some character development before we put in the possession piece. We have some friends that have one of the puzzle boards, and they were disappointed because the puzzle board says that they're supposed to be able to put together 1,500 piece puzzles on it, like, it's big enough for a 1,500 piece, but they have a 1,500 piece now, and they ended up having to use their table instead because the puzzle board's not big enough, so it was really disappointing. Um, I've always wanted I love to watch the videos where people put together puzzles and they, like, glue them, or they don't glue them and they, like, pick them up and you can see it's very satisfying, but I understand why people don't do it because it's nerve-wracking if their puzzle falls apart. I know this is not the proper way to write it out or write out the pronunciation, but maybe this will help. Sepet Sepetes. The Y and the S are not silent. Sepetes, maybe. Okay. And not yeah, I wouldn't know proper pronunciation, like, things to use, so I appreciate it. I love jigsaw puzzles, 1,000 pieces are great. I think the largest one I've done is 2,000 pieces. I love, I just think I think it's very calming, very like, a very soothing activity, but it does take some time, so you definitely have to I have to plan it out in my head. My dogs usually eat a piece or 2. The friends that we have the puzzle board, her dog likes to eat them too, and so we did, this has been a while ago, but we did help them one night put together a puzzle piece, and we got to the very end, and there was one puzzle piece that was missing, and they have like a it's like a I don't know what you call it. It's like a trade puzzle thing within their neighborhood, so, like, you can put your name in the hat, and people will let you borrow puzzles or you can give them puzzles, and it's like a puzzle swap in their neighborhood, and we were thinking that it was because like, someone had not packed all of the pieces together in the box, but it turns out that her dog had taken a piece and was, like, gnawing on it on the couch, and so by the time we ended up getting the piece back, it was, like, it was it was not useful anymore. Okay, so petties. Thank you. I appreciate it, Serenity. I have a puzzle on the coffee table right now, and my cats keep destroying it. Little gremlins. We love them though. Jigsaw puzzles and audiobooks are a match made in heaven. That's a good point. I usually, at least recently with audiobooks, I have been loving playing cards. I have a deck of cards in like every room that I typically read in because I do like putting on an audiobook and like playing solitaire. Or just shuffling and I don't know, just having something to do with my hands. It's one of the reasons that I find it fascinating when people so for instance, Julie with Keep Calm with Books and Coffee will crochet while she's listening to an audiobook. And I know how to crochet, but it's been years since I've done it. So like little crafting projects like that, I think would be fun. But that's why I tried painting, but I ended up not being able to pay attention to it. Um, and so yeah, puzzles would be a good one. I might have to try this, Violet. That's what you're doing today. I love that. That would frustrate you. Oh, with your cats destroying it. It would be bad if you kept, like, getting close to the end of the puzzle, and then your cats would, inevitably come and destroy or, like, take pieces off of the table. Little turds. That might work for me, Violet. I can't do audiobooks because I can't stay focused. Yeah, it could give you something to, like, focus on while you're listening. I do find with audio, I have to be careful about I have to give myself something to do with my hands or something to focus on because if not, then my mind inevitably will roam over, like, my to-do list or things that, like, other things, like, I've tried to do, like, my calendar stuff, scheduling things while I'm listening, and I tend not to pay attention. So, puzzles would be it might be a good thing to do. I normally knit or crochet, but I have a hand injury right now. Oh, no. Well, I hope that it heals soon and that you're able to get back to knitting and crocheting. I know it sucks whenever you have a hobby like that that you really enjoy and then you get injured. I I like to walk, as you know, because I've walked with my mom, but I had a foot injury, and actually, it's been, like, a couple of years as far as, like, different injuries go. I had a hip injury, and then I've had a calf injury, and then now I have a foot injury, and it does stink whenever things like that happen that prevent you from doing certain things. Like, I can't run right now because of my foot, so I hope that it heals quickly and you're able to get back to the things you love. Cat's destroying my puzzle of a cat. Oh my gosh, Inception. I love that. I have to head out, but so glad you were here, Shay. Thanks. Thanks for joining. And with that, friends, we are at the end of the comments. And as I said before, I am going to do 40-minute sprints for the last two sprints, just so I can head out on time to get to my oil change appointment. So we are going to go on our next sprint, which will be 40 minutes. I will see you guys when we get back. everyone. Welcome back. Let me know what you got done that sprint. Um, I read a little bit more of Rewitched, but I got distracted doing some admin things for Battle of the Booktubers. So that's the majority of what I did that sprint. I am really liking Rewitched. I feel like it's going to be a little slow, which is honestly perfect. I'm only on chapter 2, so I don't have anything like pertinent to share with you guys, but one of the things that she does in chapter 2 is she's talking about how she hasn't really had a need to hone her magic skills, but she's talking about how she uses it to like pour her a cup of tea or clean the dishes or like tidy things up. And I'm like, I think that would be great. I think that would be amazing. But yeah, I'm liking it so far. And that will probably be what I take with me. I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to take my physical book, The Familiar, to the oil change because I'm going to have to wait for my car, or if I would prefer to read the ebook, which is on my phone for Rewitched. So I don't know. Sometimes I feel like if you have a physical book, people are more likely to leave you alone. It sounds really bad, as opposed to like having your phone out in front of you. Not that there's always a ton of people in that office. Usually there's not anybody there, but I don't know. Decisions. We have one more sprint that we're going to do, and then I will have to leave to go and get my car taken care of. Reading Ace left on a grocery run. So thanks for stopping by. And then Jess also popped in during that sprint. Must have missed the chatty bit, but it's time for the increase row. Also have an hour left of push, so I may miss the next chatty bit. And if you do, I hope you love the end of your book, Jess. And Beatrice also popped in. Hello on your lunch break. I'm happy that you popped in to say hello. It's good to see you. Krista is here. Hello, Krista. Just hopped on the end of that sprint. Have a couple of hours to read slash edit this afternoon. Just got done with a hair appointment. Woo! I had a hair appointment yesterday. It is the season. Reading Mexicid. Good. I'm glad that you got to it. I know that on your sprints you were talking about um, like you were talking about how you wanted to get to it, but you had other books that you were reading. I know that we always have piles of things that we have on our TBRs, so I'm glad to see that you got to it. I hope you're liking it. Switched to studying, made some good progress. Lovely. Love to see a studying sprint. I wish so when I was in college, I didn't even know. Ooh, sorry. Andy has joined me. When I was in college, I didn't even know about reading sprints. Um, but I think it helps to have that little bit of a break where you know, like, okay, I've got this much time, and then I'm going to take a break for my brain. So I hope it works for you. Lunch break got to 31% of Butcher and Blackbird. My goal is to get to 50% today. You can totally do that. It's getting a little more wholesome. Wild thing to say about a book starring two serial killers, but oh well. Interesting. I'm curious. It's definitely probably not one that I'll pick up, but I think, it might be fun to go and read, like, a synopsis, like a Spark Notes on the book to see what all the hubbub is about. Because I know a lot of people liked it. I know a lot of people that didn't. We've had some people on the chat that didn't enjoy their time, but interesting. Wholesome serial killers. 2 words I never thought would go in the same sentence. Made it back a couple of minutes, started a new project. Yay! Love that. Hello, Rainy. Welcome. Welcome back. Oop, my comments jumped. Got to 60% of Songbird. Are you liking it better now, or are you still not enjoying your time? Now I have to plan my new trapeze routine for my class tonight. I may have procrastinated. I can't imagine like not having a routine for I mean, I can't imagine being a trapeze artist anyway, but I can't imagine having to create a routine and then teach it that evening. Good luck, friend. I wish I wish you creativity. It definitely helps. It's for job searching rather than school, but I'm easily distracted, so I need it for my brain. Yeah, that's smart. give yourself like it's I mean, productivity. So you're setting yourself goals and giving yourself breaks. I think that's healthy. I hope it's working for you. Only managed to read 7 pages. Hey, no worries. On page 89, enjoying it so far. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Not loving it yet. It's probably gonna be a 3.5 star. That's such a bummer. You're do you think and I don't know, maybe you won't have an answer for this yet because you haven't finished it yet. Do you think that you aren't enjoying it because you hyped it up so much in your head? Or are there, like, things within the book that are making you mad? Does that make sense? Like, it's not just that you were expecting more, that there are actually things in the book, like tropes or character arcs or things that you're not enjoying. I've done it so many times, it's easy now. Yeah, if you okay. You're an expert, so it's not as daunting. I would be worried and stressed. Although I think you work better under chaotic circumstances than I do. I tend to panic, whereas I think you thrive, on things like that. So I'm glad that it's easy. That's gonna be easy for you to do. I hate journey oh, yeah, you said that, you journeys and quests, and that's why I don't love it. Also, the main dude character has no personality, he's so dry, like cardboard. It's hard to root for them. Mm, that stinks. It's so amusing to me that you don't like journey and quest books because I feel like there are just so many books out there that are journey and quests. Is it because they meander? Or you might not know. You might not know why you don't like it, you just know that you don't like quest books, but, just doesn't have the same feelings as serpents. Yeah, I get that. And that always stinks too whenever it's because this is the 3rd book, right? Because it's serpents, ashes, and then this and then songbirds, right? That's the right series. It stinks whenever you have a a series that you have like, has been so beloved in your head, and then it changes gears because it does almost kinda hurt your heart because 'cause you're like, "This was, like, my baby, and now I don't like it." I'm a chaos gremlin in all aspects of life. Hey, I wish I can be this way, and I do think what you said before as far as, like, you've done it a lot of times, so it makes it easier. I can see myself being okay if it was something that I was really good at, but if it's something that I don't know, most aspects of my life, I think I would probably I prefer being over prepared, which ends up making me spend a whole bunch of time that I probably don't need to spend. Um, I wish I could embrace the chaos more. All they do is walk and talk and fight battles and rinse and repeat. But so I love quest books, but I know we are 2 very different readers. During some of, like, the walking and talking, though, you get to know the characters. I think that's why I like the journey and quest books. I think that usually, and this is not the case for all of them, but usually the character development in those books is lovely because you get to spend so much time with them because they are doing mundane tasks. Um, and I don't know, I guess I kinda think of them as a little bit of a mystery because I'm trying to figure out if they're on a quest. I'm trying to figure out, like, what the purpose is. What are these, like, dark narratives that we don't necessarily have at the beginning? I'm thinking of, like, King Killer Chronicles. So, although that's more of a journey book, but, like, you're following him on his journey and becoming this legendary figure. I don't know. I like it. I like seeing the mundane, although it has to be well written. If I there are some that I'm like, "Oh my gosh, can we just move on?" And fight scenes in particular, I didn't realize until I was reading Rage of Dragons, which is essentially all fight scenes, that there are certain books that I don't like because of how many fight scenes are in them. And so I was surprised that I liked Rage of Dragons as much as I did, but I think it's because of the character and getting to know him and his plight throughout the battle scenes. Um, I applaud that author for being able to do so many. battle scenes in it not feel repetitive. I mean, the walking and talking is okay if I like the characters. That's true. If you don't like the characters, that can be rough, and you don't like them right now. Which is funny. So something I've tried to do recently is I there are a lot of people that I listen to on BookTube that will say, like, "I don't have to like the characters to like the book." And I used to think that I was that person, that I could read a book that I hated the characters and still like the book. But I can't think of any books that I've read recently that I hate the characters and liked the book. Most of the time, if I don't like the characters, I don't like the book. And so now I'm like, "Oh, like, am I not paying attention to, like, the good details of storytelling?" And I'm just so focused on my feelings about the characters. So it is something that's been in my head recently. As Brittany told me, I'm a plot girly, which I didn't think I was. I'm definitely a character girly. Which actually does make sense because I can't remember if I told you that. Someone recently was telling me about I think it was one of the people who was commenting on my videos said that Ashes of the Sun, um, which I didn't really enjoy, but I didn't enjoy because I couldn't connect to the characters, is more of a plot-based book. And although had you read that one? Or you just thought I would like it? I know Brittany loved that book. So, I don't know. If you liked it, I can't remember if you've read Ashes of the Sun. Um, but if you did and you liked it, it might be because it's plot-based. That's a load of garbage. I have to like the characters. Okay, this is what I thought. You haven't read Ashes of the Sun yet. Well, you might love it then because I've heard that it's more plot-based. I think that I don't like characters, but I like the book is often for thriller readers. I could see that. One of the reasons I don't like thrillers is because they're always about really crappy people, and I'm like, "I don't wanna read about this horrible human being who is making decisions just because they're horrible." Interesting, Violet, I never thought about that. Hmm. Although I hate the main girl in Spark of the Everflame, the male lead is the only reason I'm still loving the books. Aw. But if it's a couple, like, that sucks if you don't like one of them. I know in the 3rd book of the Hunt the Stars series, I didn't like the female main character. I liked the male, but I think it made me mad at the end because they were together, which like, but like because it's a romance book. But at the same time, you're like, I don't know that I want you guys to be together because I'm not a fan. I never like Dark Academia leads, but I still love the books. See, and I don't read a lot of Dark Academia. There are certain ones that I've liked, but it's not a genre that I am well versed in. This is my problem with thrillers. I just spend the whole time going, "But why are you like this?" I 100% agree with those. You are my people, Violet. I've had many a discussion with Leandra about, thrillers because we both have the same opinion. I used to when I was younger, I used to think I liked them, but as I've gotten older, I feel like a lot of the stories repeat themselves, and they're always about really crappy people, and I'm like, "I don't this is not fun for me." Which is funny because which this isn't a thriller, I've read, what's that series called? The Blade itself is the first book. The First Law series is what it's called. Has a literal torturer in the book, Glokta, who I loved that character, and he was a horrible person, but I still loved him. But I think it's because of the fact that you're in his head for part of the book, and he talks about why he's made the decisions that he's made. I guess it's the difference between, like, morally gray versus just a person who's being terrible with no reasoning. She makes the stupidest decisions. That's another thing I can't handle. If people are just making dumb decisions and you're like that's one of the reasons I don't do good with, horror novels that follow pretty basic horror tropes because I'm like, you're not supposed to go in that room. Like this is a decision that we all as humanity have decided going into a dark room by yourself is not a good thing to do. And so, yes, I the whole she's making stupid decisions and in a romance, I think it's worse because a lot of them, like miscommunication and stuff, or you're making a decision to try and like I've seen romance novels that they'll try and like trap the person into making certain waves, and I'm like, you're making your own problems. Ah, it's frustrating. Getting tired of thrillers, horrors where it's at. I agree. I do. I have really liked my journey into horror. Still trying to figure out what exactly my thing is, but I do like it. Well, friends, we are going to go into our last sprint of the day, and I hope that you all are able to get some things done in this last 40 minutes. So I will see you guys in 40 minutes. Oop, let me move my mic so you guys can actually hear me. Hello, welcome back. That was our last sprint, so I hope you guys were able to get some stuff done. Oh, hold on just a second. Sorry. Right as the cat went off, I got like a tickle in my throat. Um, so I hope you guys got some things done. I will need to head off in about 13 minutes because I need to leave by 3:40 to get there on time. But in the meantime, I didn't get a ton of reading done. I read a little bit more of Rewitched. I hate the character Christopher. If you know, you know. I feel like he's going to be the bane of my existence as I continue to read this book. And I did some more admin things for Battle of the Booktubers. Christina joined us that sprint. Hello, Christina. Welcome. And speaking of Battle of the Booktubers, we had Kirsten join us. Hello, Kirsten. No worries. We've been having fun here. It's been a good day. And Brittany also joined us. Hello, Brittany. Welcome. Off to work now, getting ready for the or sorry, off work and now getting ready for the community center. No time for reading yet today. Aw, and I'm sorry that your work was so busy today. Hopefully, you'll get some time to read this evening, and you'll get some just a chance to decompress a little bit. I was more distracted, but still somewhat productive. Hey, somewhat productivity works. Only 22 pages away from my daily 100-page goal. That's amazing, Taya. I was able to get through about 90% of Out of the Easy. You're so close. Well, I don't know. I don't know how big that book is. Maybe you're not close. But 90%. Great progress today. Love that. Got to 46%. Some very gross, oh no, Hannibal-esque things occurred. Mm. That's something I don't like to read about. So hopefully that part's over and you can move on. Had a bit of an intense morning, so I had to listen to the chat after. As always, thank you for hosting. Aw, yeah, thanks, Jen. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. I read 19 pages on page 108. Thanks for sprints. Thanks for being here, Denise. I appreciate it. Having fun with Bucket List-athon. I hope you guys are. I really appreciate you guys participating. I'm glad that you guys have gotten some things done. It's nice to be able to see other people accomplishing goals and having fun with the game board because that's what it's all about is just to be able to have fun and not be so stressed at the end of the year. I know that these last 2 months can be a bit intense for everyone. And so I hope that it brings a little bit of rest and relaxation for you guys and with a little bit of productivity as we said, so a little bit of productivity goes a long way. Well, friends, that is the end of the comments and we are at the end of the sprints for today. I thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I hope that you continue to enjoy Bucket List-athon. Let me know in either the Discord, if you're on the Discord, or in the comments. I had the update for Bucket List-athon, my first update on my channel. So if you're not on the Discord, you can always let me know there how you guys are proceeding. Let me know what you're doing with your goals. And yeah, so I once again, thank you guys for being here. I hope you have a lovely evening, and I will see you around the Bookiverse. I'll be here tomorrow. I will be on Jess's sprints, the Hex Library. You guys want more sprints. And Saturday I'll have a video out. And yeah, I'll be around. The game board you developed and designed is gorgeous. Oh, thank you. And practical. You did a fantastic job. Thanks, Serenity. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thanks for being here. Oh, thanks, guys. You're so sweet. Thank you. Have a good evening. Yes, have a good evening. Have a good day, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your day or your morning, wherever you are in the world, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.